Good afternoon. Welcome to CASE. Here at COP30, I'm Cecilia Seravalli. I'm Sustainability Manager at Nestlé. This panel will be done in English, so if you need simultaneous translation, retrieve your equipment with our team. CASE is a coalition with major companies from Brazil, Bradesco, Itaúsa, Marco Polo, Natura, Nestlé, and Vale, that join to reinforce the importance of active engagement of the private sector in the climate agenda and nature agenda. Our major goals with CASE are giving visibility to cases and solutions already implemented that can be upscaled, promote dialogue, and mobilize multiple sectors, and restate the potential of Brazil and of our companies in aligning economic development, sustainability, and social justice. Casa C.A.S.E will be active till November 17th, so we have another 2 days approaching every day a topic connected to the COP's action agenda. We've had food systems, bioeconomy, infrastructure, and finance. Today is the day of energy transition, and we'll still have just transition and circular economy. Keep your eyes on the program, because we have good content. I'd like to thank the approximately 100 speakers that agreed being with us this week, giving life to CASE, and also the members of the coalition that are making all this happen. Our knowledge partners, Mandala, Centro Cebex, and the producer, TN1. We hope you all enjoy CASE. And today is Energy Transition Day, and in this panel, Biofuels in the Global Architecture of Energy Transition will begin now. They will approach practical cases led by the private sector, discussing how to integrate the productive agriculture and forest base with industrial and mature routes that are upscalable, unleash financing, regulation, and consolidate global change in which the biofuels act as strategic assets of energy transition. For that talk, I invite CEO from COP28 and former director of IRENA, International Renewable Energy Agency, Adnan Amin, Vice Chairwoman of Carbon Directing, Nili Gilbert, the Director for Engineering Design from Marco Polo, Luciano Hesner, and to moderate the panel, the Director of CINIS, Center for Innovation and New Energies, and Professor at Unicamp, Ana Flávia Nogueira.
Good afternoon to everyone here. It's a pleasure to be here in this panel. My name is Ana Flávia Nogueira. I'm a faculty at the University of Campinas in São Paulo, director of the Center for Innovation on New Energies, CINI. CINI is a very successful partnership between the academia and the private sector, because we're sponsored by the São Paulo Science Foundation, FAPESP, and Shell Brazil. And since 2023, we established a collaboration, a partnership with Itaú Bank, when we exchange knowledges. So thank you for this invitation to moderate this panel. Today we have three incredible, outstanding speakers here that are not only experts in the field, but also we have remarkable careers. So I hope to be up to this task to lead in this panel today. We are going to talk about today biofuels, second generation ethanol, biomethane, SAF. And also here with the presence of Marco Polo, we are going to discuss how biofuels can help to decarbonize, especially the public transportation and heavy-duty transport. As I mentioned to you, my main role is actually as a teacher in university, so I would like to briefly say some few words about the biofuels in Brazil that I think is important to start this panel. We know that biofuels are really indispensable solution for sectors where it's very difficult sometimes to advance with electrification, or in the case where electrification is expensive. Because we are hosting COP this year here in Brazil, I think it's also important to mention here that this year marks the 50th anniversary of the Pro-Álcool program. So the Pro-Álcool program was a milestone here in Brazil. It was launched in 1975 to reduce our dependence on the oil. If you remember, it was a crisis in 1973, if I remember. So this program, the Pro-Álcool program, boosts the ethanol production and the automotive industry in Brazil, and also our agriculture. So I think it's really important to mention this Pro-Álcool program. So before starting our discussion, I'll ask to each of you here to introduce yourself. So start with Edna.
Well, thank you, and it's really a pleasure to be here in Belém, especially for COP30. I'm currently acting as a special envoy for the COP30 Presidency for the Middle East, but I'm currently also the chairman of the World Energy Council and formerly a founding chairman of founding Director General of IRENA. But I think what's more relevant for the COP is that I was the CEO for COP28, where we adopted a very important outcome in terms of the transition away from fossil fuels. So I'm looking forward to the conversation and very pleased to be with you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Neely Gilbert. I want to say thank you to C.A.S.E for having me, and thank you for leading this really important discussion. I am the vice chairwoman at Carbon Direct, where we are a science-led firm focused on supporting companies and governments in their transition journeys. Our science team is about 90 people. We've got 70 PhDs on staff, so if you don't remember anything else about Carbon Direct, please remember our science team. But we also have a very strong focus on interdisciplinary efforts required to deliver the transition. So as all of you know, everything should be rooted in science-based practices, and also we require policy engagement, regulatory frameworks, engineers, and finance at the table to be able to move this forward. The second side of our business, which is separately held, focuses on investing in technologies that produce these solutions, including technologies for the production of clean fuels.
Hi, Anna. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here at C.A.S.E at the COP, and Marco Polo is one of the companies that is participating here. We are very excited. And I think Marco Polo, you know, it's a bus company. We have 76 years in Brazil already. We produce buses to more than 140 countries in the world. We have 3 assembly plants in Brazil, 8 assembly plants outside Brazil, including Australia, China, South Africa, South America. And I'm head of engineering, design, and technology for Marco Polo. And I think we can discuss a little bit, right, about the challenges of electrification, biomethane, ethanol. We just showcased here on Thursday a hybrid ethanol bus that we developed. So we're gonna be excited to talk about all these things.
Thank you. So just to start to warm up our discussion here today, I would like to hear from each of you about your personal views on the biofuels agenda. Can you start with Neely?
Well, it's an interesting story, so I'll take another angle because I don't want to compete with 70 PhDs from America. But when I remember very clearly, I was the first Director General of the International Renewable Energy Agency. We set it up. And I remember there was a lot of expectations, but there were a lot of NGOs engaged in the discussion. And there was always hostility to biofuels. It was not considered sustainable. It was considered that it was just a cover. And I remember a meeting we had in a UN setting where somebody said, well, you know, if we have biofuels as part of the discussion, we cannot be at the table. So my response was, well, this is part of our international mandate, and if you don't like it, you're welcome to leave, but the world is going to move without you. Because what we've really seen over the last decade is a rapid move to electrification and decarbonization. Decarbonization now is an imperative. There is no serious company in this world, energy company, that cannot integrate elements of decarbonization of its work and remain relevant in the marketplace. On the other hand, we also need the incentives, because we know that the innovation is going to come from the private sector. And unless there is incentives for the private sector to move in the direction of decarbonization, it's not going to happen. So you mentioned a very key issue, which was the alcohol program that started in Brazil, 75 Protocol. I grew up in Kenya, and I remember how much of an impact it made, because we had a sugar industry, and we started mandating 25% ethanol in our gas, and it had a big impact economically, because it allowed us to have more energy security at a time of volatility. That's one element. But as we move further, the sustainability elements of biofuels have become clearer, and we're now moving into new generation of sustainable fuels, sustainable aviation fuels. And I think although electrification is going to be the mega trend, there are parts of the economy that we cannot electrify, and that biofuels have to play a part in that.
Really? I guess in terms of what makes me personally passionate about this topic and this industry, as others have said, it's just a core part and a large part of the critical needs for our climate transition journey, and there's huge economic opportunity in it. When you talk about, we've talked about hard-to-abate sectors and sectors that are processes that run so hot that it's difficult to electrify. This is about a third of global emissions and 40% of fossil fuel use today when you look across the hard-to-abate sectors. And transport is a big part of that, whether it's heavy trucking, aviation, shipping. So that the IEA estimates that renewable energy use in the transport sector will rise by 50% by 2030. And within that, sustainable aviation fuel alone projected to grow by 9 times. And biofuels, bioenergy growing by 28% in this time frame. So we have a lot ahead, a lot of work to do, and the good news is that the system is coming together, and it's coming together in an integrated way. On the one hand, you have governments and regulators putting forward their policies, everything from CORSIA to Refuel EU, significant policies here in Brazil. The IMO is stalled in its progress, but we're rooting for them. And then in the private sector, you've got the buyers, you've got airlines, shippers, the whole value chain coming together with serious offtake agreements moving forward. And then, of course, producers, the innovators, bringing forward the solutions. So you can see the ecosystem of action that's required to move this forward and the need in those projections. And then the last thing that I would say from the private sector, my background is private finance, and we work a lot with corporates. The role of the private sector and what it's really good at is scale. So with the right foundations in place, the private sector can move from early innovation into commercial scale, and we're seeing larger scale commercial projects building all around the world. But when we think also about the bridge between public and private, it's really important to remember that a lot of the lessons and frameworks for what good regulation looks like comes from those innovators, from the pilots and from the projects that the private sector is bringing forward to help us understand what kinds of regulations and frameworks really make sense in moving forward the real economy.
Yeah, I think I fully agree with the comments that biofuels is going to play a major role, especially when you talk about heavy-duty vehicles such as trucks and buses, right? Of course, electrification is going fast on passenger cars, but when you talk about buses, just to give some numbers, we have 400,000 buses in Brazil. 100,000 are city buses. We only have 1,200 electric buses. That is less than 1%. So with the current plans that we have with electrification, the number goes up to 3,500 by 2013. That's only 3%, right? So I think really the biofuels plays a major role as an alternative to decarbonization, right? As I mentioned, we show one solution with using an ethanol generator that produce the electricity from the bus. And the beauty of that is that when you take in account, since the sugar plantation to the emissions on the bus, it's a net zero, right? Carbon net zero. So it is a major benefit. So we truly believe that the biofuel is going to, play a major role. I think ethanol is one of them, but biomethane is something that is growing also fast, especially from truck and buses. And I think that's the way, right, that we can go fast on this decarbonization. I think electrification is no doubt the best solution from city bus, but it's going to take time, especially from developing countries, to implement all the infrastructure of the recharging, right? So then we need really to look forward to see solutions like biomethane, like biogas. I saw an excellent example this week with the Espírito Santo state in Brazil. They launched a Espírito Santo Mais Gás program, and they are putting incentives to use more biomethane on biogas. And that alone gonna decarbonization a lot in terms of emissions, right? And I think you mentioned the Pro-Álcool program, and we have the RenovaBio. RenovaBio, that's a very important program as well, launched in 2017, implemented in 2020, that only in these 5 years, they already reduced 147 million tons of CO2. So I think that's the way we should look forward, especially from developing countries, not only Brazil, right? But we see countries like India moving fast on that. Countries like United States, which is actually the larger producer of ethanol, and they have the mandates of 15% on the gasoline. I think that's really should be the way from short term.
Thank you. So Neely, I also like numbers. Just for the audience here, I think it's important to mention that in Brazil, around 23% of the transport sector is powered by renewable sources, and the average in the world is 5%. So we really advance a lot. And I believe with the combustível do futuro law, I think you can advance. I think you can advance even more in this is the number. So Brazil is an example. So my question to you now is like, we have this position, and we have to say that it's because of this our agribusiness sector that is really something strong here in Brazil. But I really want to ask you about you, because we are here at CA.S.E. So I think it's important to ask about, so what's the strategic role that the private sector should play in order to advance the biofuels agenda?
Well, I think you have to be smart. Just a little aside on regulation that Neely raised. Yes, I think the experience of what we're seeing in the sector, in private sector, has to inform regulation, but regulation has to be informed by much more than just the interest of the private sector. There's a social interest, there's a social good, There's an environmental interest and an environmental good that needs to be kept into account. But the governance of this should happen in a way that we have maximized the objectives across all three pillars: economic, social, and environmental. Now, just very quickly, I agree with Luciano in terms of his assessment where Marco Polo is going, but I think we are living in an age of disruption. So we have to be ready for whatever is going to come down the pike. And I'll tell you what I'm seeing is on electrification that we're going to increasingly have cases. I don't know the numbers you mentioned, but I think the Brazilian grid is close to 90+%.
Electricity metrics is around 85% renewable, but the energy is still like 50. So it's higher than the.
So the grid electricity is, pretty clean. What we're seeing in terms of innovation, and I follow a lot of the discussion around innovation on batteries, is that battery chemistry innovation that we're seeing today in China, which is decreasing weight, decreasing critical minerals, and increasing energy density, is going to make land-based mobility more and more, this is my sense, more and more electrified in the future. We're seeing, Elon Musk, whatever you think of him, he ran some trucks on batteries. The Chinese have been doing that with really interesting results, because what you can do with trucks and buses is because their routes are very predictable. Their schedules are very predictable. You can create infrastructure for charging, and now we have super fast charging available for charging along these routes. So you can maximize electrification. Where we absolutely don't have solutions right now is like shipping. And thank you, Nili, for saying you wish it the best. Unfortunately, it was the US that vetoed it. But we hope, but the message is very clear. The rest of the world is going to move on decarbonizing shipping, and it's going to be on the basis of ammonia, green hydrogen, and increasingly what we're seeing in terms of innovation is investments in next generation sustainable fuels based on hydrogen with elements of carbon. So I think that to me, aviation, shipping, and industrial heat are the three areas which are going to be critical for biofuels in the future. And I think the innovation that we're seeing now and the models that are coming on stream are moving in that direction. And I think Nili made the same point, is that what is required in addition to enabling policy frameworks, what is really required now is to understand how we can scale finance for promising models today that can start the ball rolling. Because I think that is now where the critical bottleneck is. I'm not sure if I answered your question, but there were some things I wanted to say.
But it was interesting that you mentioned the green hydrogen, because if you just cross here, this, I don't know if you're aware about this ship here, the Fortescue. Yeah. This, so when I was in Amsterdam in May, we were visiting the port of Amsterdam and Rotterdam with a delegation from the Netherlands, invited us to visit all the sites when they're producing or planning to receive the hydrogen, because Brazil, it's supposed to be the leading of this hydrogen economy in the future, right? Because of our electricity metric, there's more than 85% is renewable. So, but when I'm talking about, also we have Marco Polo here, or about like mobility, I'd like to, how do you think your view, those can compete like hydrogen, electrification for mobility? Do you think that's, how Europe, because we know that Europe is already ready to receive, for instance, the hydrogen from Brazil. I visit Germany and Netherlands, I can say that. Yeah.
No,
but there is no competition. We can.
Yeah. Again, I think the race for land-based mobility, EVs, is over. It's batteries. There was some flirtation with hydrogen by the Japanese producers, but that's not going to go ahead, and some of the logistical issues around that are too difficult to handle. There's still a debate about trucking and busing, but with what you see in terms of innovation, that's happening. The Europeans are desperate for low-carbon energy alternatives to what they have for their current fleets. Brazil, as you said, and I think you put your finger on it, you have a decarbonized grid. You have startups that are moving in terms of developing electrolyzer capability at scale, because that has to happen, because this 5 megawatt electrolyzer is not going to cut it. In fact, there's somebody in the audience who's working on this, Gabriela. I'm sure she can inform you much better than me on this, but if we go to scale with electrolyzers in Brazil, and Brazil becomes a predominant source for low-carbon hydrogen and ammonia, ammonia for shipping is the ideal solution, and green hydrogen at scale, where the cost can come down, can supply the European market easily. And there are no competitors. I know in our region, our oil companies, Aramco, and so on, have been working on the green hydrogen under the assumption, and with the encouragement of the Europeans, by the way, they come to the COP and they tell you, please use your oil to decarbonize and create green hydrogen. And then when you create it at great expense, they said it's too expensive for us to buy. So that's a complete disincentive to move in this direction. In Brazil's case, I think you have all of the kind of elements together to go in this direction to create the business case and the market for green hydrogen.
But I also believe that we're going to not only to export the green hydrogen, because I don't see our country like export another commodity, because also we need hydrogen here. Brazil import more than like 9% of fertilizers, so we can use this to make like green fertilizers here and also decarbonize our industry. And I have a question to, as we're talking about new technologies, hydrogen, and also talk about this project in the Marco Polo about the buses that we're going to run with biomethane.
Yeah, sure. And I think just one comment before, and I agree with Famin that, and we have a saying in Marco Polo that the future is not only electric, but is eclectic, right? That means that we need to combine different technologies and solutions. And if you go to like a big truck, right, or a bus, or a ship, right, or an airplane, right? Embraer is doing research on electric airplanes, but that's not feasible, right? You have to go to other solutions, but technology probably in the future will come with the solution. So really, I think what we are looking is really to develop different solutions, and I think that's the private sector can do that with innovation and technology. And seek, right, we are doing, for instance, just one example, one case, right? We are working with a federal government in a very important program that is school buses. That is Caminhos da Escola. It's a federal program from the government that provides school buses to rural areas in Brazil. We have today more than 15,000 buses in Brazil, right? How can you do electrification on that right now, right? It's almost impossible, right? But I think if you do solutions like ethanol or biomethane, you can already start in the decarbonization of that segment, right? And then as batteries and other solutions progress and gets more affordable, then we move, right? I don't have any doubt in my mind, that's my personal opinion, I think hydrogen gonna be really the future, right? As the technology reduce the cost of green hydrogen, I think that's gonna be the perfect solution from truck and buses, right? Especially if you have long distance, right, to run the buses. But I think meantime, having this eclectic view gonna be really helping, to already decarbonization. We have some collaboration with a mining company in Chile, right, that they carry those huge trucks. And they are looking from fuel cell solutions, they are looking from electrification in buses that goes, 5-10 miles inside the mines. So can you believe that was a diesel buses going inside the mine? So now we are doing electric buses there. So really, I think we need to be, and the private companies need to be prepared to offer all sorts of different technology. That's the view of Marco Polo, right, that we are pursuing, and that's why we are showing so many different cases like biomethane, ethanol, biogas, and electric.
Why not hydrogen in the future? Why not?
Hydrogen,
yeah,
yes.
Why not? It would be interesting. As we're talking about the technologies here, and I think scalability is something important for the sector. So my question is, like, if you put all of these solutions on the table, like SAF, renewable diesel that we call like HVO, biomethane, which do you think there's going to be, like, which one is the closest to actually to large scale viability? Can you comment? Which one of all of these biofuels, which one I think is very close to like scalability right now at this moment?
I think the second generation biofuels we already have. These are the ones in scale. What the hope is green ammonia, green hydrogen, but that depends if we are able to get the technology and the financing right. So it's still something that's a little bit in the horizon. And there's some people here who will disagree with that. It's a little bit in the horizon, but if that becomes an economic possibility, I think that will move very, very fast. I was on the advisory board of Porsche, sustainability board of Porsche, with the electrification strategy, and they had this experiment in Chile to start to create sustainable fuels with hydrogen, but at very small scale. And the idea was these sustainable fuels will also be for, these legacy kind of automobiles, like the Porsche 911, because people might still be running those while they have electric cars doing everything else. So it was a niche thing, but it's far too expensive. It doesn't work. If we have scale and cost reduction, that's a real possibility. But until then, it's the second generation.
Anyone here could comment about the SAF? SAF, sustainability.
Yes. At Carbon Direct, we published a study actually with Apple, which is a company that for its corporate commitments has a very high commitment to sustainable aviation fuel. We published a study, it's publicly available, you can find it, that looked at your question of technological readiness levels of different kinds of sustainable aviation fuel. We studied 23 different pathways. There's so many different ways to make SAF, and found that in terms of technological readiness, one pathway that has a high readiness level is actually Fischer-Tropsch, to alcohol to jet. And especially when combined with carbon capture and storage, can even deliver negative emissions fuels. But a challenge with this fuel type is that it remains, while technologically ready, quite expensive. Also high on the list, I know that everyone here in Brazil will be happy to hear, is second generation ethanol and biomethane, especially when produced with sugarcane or agricultural waste feedstocks. And that is a pathway that is wide open for Brazil because of your feedstock availability. Also, of course, HEFA, a sustainable aviation fuel, hydrotreated esters and fatty acids are currently by far the largest share of the sustainable aviation fuel market. The problem is that right now that market is small and there's not that much feedstock available. There's only so many cook stoves you can collect the oil from around the world to be able to produce this fuel. So that market, while it has technological readiness and some cost advantages, it can't scale with this market. Another thing that we looked at, which is following up on your good point, Adnan, though, is combining that technological readiness with cost and policy overlays where the policy affects the cost in different regions. And so when you talk with buyers, they're looking not only at one factor, and when you combine factors like cost, sustainable feedstock availability, technological readiness, policy by region or country, you come up with different answers. And so as this market moves forward, we need to accept greater interoperability, that we shouldn't say that there's one right answer. You can't say, my background is in finance, and people sometimes will say to you, which stock should I buy? And it's like, well, what are your goals? What's your risk tolerance? How much money do you have? You know, it's kind of like that too here. Different types of fuels will make more sense in different countries for different reasons. And so we need to be able to advance international frameworks that have flexibility to be able to recognize local contexts. And this is really important in Brazil as we seek to see biofuels become more internationally accepted. It may be that this is a pathway that makes more sense here than for production in other countries.
If I just may, I think, as Nili mentioned, the local context is really important, right? I think things like ethanol and second generation ethanol here, and now they are doing research to use coil and wheat and sorgo and other elements to produce ethanol. And some of these sub-products of the distillation of ethanol could be, you know, some products, what they call DDG, which is a distillate dry grains that serves as an animal supplement. So I think, you know, in really, if you look Brazil, India, some of the countries, that makes total sense, you know, moving on that direction and just to complement.
So let's go back to finances, because I think this is what the audience is expecting to hear from you. It's which financial mechanisms have helped or still need to put in place to enhance the competitiveness of the biofuels?
I don't know why you look at me for money, but I don't have any.
Really?
But I think that, you know, the time has come where the demand for this is going to scale. And we were just talking about sustainable aviation fuel. In the UAE, as you can imagine, we don't have this kind of biomass. We have mandates for sustainable aviation fuel for our flights. And the two major airlines there are flying all over the world. I think the demand is increasing. The question goes back to the discussion we've been having about what are the technology choices, what are the local conditions. But I really feel that if we can get to the point where we can start scaling electrolyzers based on using green electrons to generate green ammonia and hydrogen, that has to be a major part of the solution for the future. And I think there is capital now, because looking at the markets, over the last couple of years, we saw the markets going very slowly on clean tech. In the last year, this has reversed. Some of the major clean tech stocks are outperforming NVIDIA. So we're in a kind of boom situation. I think there is capital looking for opportunities, but it is smart capital now. It's not going to be freely available. I think there are a lot of constraints around capital allocation, but those technology solutions that have viable market applications today should be getting into the market as quickly as possible, because I think there is a real opportunity right now.
You mentioned the electrolyzers. I think for Brazil, in order to be like the place in the world to produce the hydrogen for like $1 the kilo of hydrogen here. But you mentioned the electrolyzers that we do not produce here.
And the Chinese produce everything, you know.
Yeah, that's the point, because my background is on photovoltaics. So that is now totally dominated by China, so I don't think that we have chances here, or even in batteries. But
just on that point, I think that's a good point, but you know, at the end of the day, what has happened is because of Chinese investment in their manufacturing capability, they have the most advanced manufacturing capability for many of these clean tech products. But the issue is, can you get them cheaply and can you deploy them? Not where they're made. So I think increasingly, as we're looking at the climate scenario and decarbonization requirements, why would the United States start competing with the Chinese on manufacturing, you know, solar PV when it would be double the cost? It wouldn't happen in the market. It would be suboptimal when you can buy Chinese PV, if you want to, of course. But I think this specialization has always been at the core of international trade that gives optimal economic outcomes. Where is the comparative advantage? And I think that needs to be taken into account unless there are security issues involved. And that's where economics change.
Yeah, just talk about financing, and I think two things are really key and important. One is, you know, financing research and development solutions. I think we need to do that, right? And we need to do more. And financing mechanisms that we can do sometimes simple things. Just giving, again, some numbers. In South America, we have a huge fleet of buses and trucks that are 15, 16 years old. Those trucks, they are Euro 3. So if you have like finance mechanism, and we talk about refrota and mechanisms to do renewal fleets, you can reduce 80% of CO2 emissions, just replacing current technology, diesel buses from diesel buses or trucks. And I think we defending things like that as well, because it's not only right emissions, it's a much safer truck and bus that we're gonna have, right? And I think mechanisms helping to finance those renewal fleets can do things right now. And I think that's why it's a combination of things that we need to do it. And we need it, no, it's only removing those old truck and buses from our roads.
So, first of all, there's a good deal of financial innovation going on, and you'll hear announcements coming forward right here at this COP, especially for financing projects in emerging and developing economies. Things like blended finance to be able to bring in capital from multilateral development banks like the World Bank, to pair that with private capital in a way that de-risks it. So, and the goal is to have as little public money as possible to be able to get as much private money to pair with it because of constraints on public resources around the world. And so you can do this through blended finance. You have different kinds of guarantees where if there is a risk that emerges, you're guaranteed against that loss, but that capital doesn't have to sit in the stack all the time. It kicks in. FX guarantees, loan guarantees, so different kinds of de-risking mechanisms coming forward. But I wanted to talk about also some things that you might not think about as financial innovation, but are a really important part of bringing forward private finance. First of all, it's just science-based methodologies and frameworks. First of all, we don't want to throw money after bad projects or bad ideas, right? So having a serious scientific underpinning and analysis to the work helps to bring private capital forward because it helps with managing perceived and real risks in a different way, right? Science-based frameworks should always be leading. And so there's also innovation in the ways in which scientists and experts can partner with the private sector, as in your center, also in the way that we work at Carbon Direct, innovation in the way that teams are designed to be able to bring forward the diverse perspectives required to get this right. And then once you have science-based credible frameworks, you want that ultimately to translate into, as I was saying before, government and regulatory frameworks. And you're seeing some of this come forward. Here in Brazil, you have the Renova Bio, and you have coming forward the Fuel of the Future initiative. It's important that this speaks back to serious scientific pathways and frameworks, and the government is focused on ensuring that this gives market signals to the private sector. It gives demand signals, but also the nature of the demand. And on this topic of the nature of the demand, this is another really important area for innovation. So when you're thinking about financing a project or an opportunity, basically the way that a finance brain works, an investment brain is, it wants to see the future cash flows, see the future revenues, and the value that you're willing to pay today is basically a payment in advance for that future flow. So therefore, when you're financing projects in clean fuel space, any type of climate solution, the role of the buyer, what we call the off-taker that's doing the procurement, is really important. But usually, let's say you're buying jet fuel, these are very short-term contracts at commoditized prices. And for projects that are coming forward for biofuels and other types of clean fuels, these are long-term projects, and there's price volatility. And so now we have innovation coming forward for long-term purchase agreements, and also in some cases with wrappers that help to control the volatility of the price, so that the financier can look and say, okay, this is now a bankable project. One of the things that I think about a lot, you can ask me what keeps me up at night, it's that the places that have the greatest capacity to produce these goods may not have the deepest markets for purchasing them. So I think here in Brazil you have 2 major airlines, but so much more capacity for production than they could ever use. And so, in the UAE, you'll have 2 major airlines, but they fly huge, heavy planes, and they go all around the world, so you can use a lot of fuel. In any case, so another financial innovation coming forward that I think helps to solve this problem is called environmental attribute certificates. Here, a buyer, let's say a corporation in the US, they say, we want to fly green. We're willing to pay the green premium to get sustainable aviation fuel, but it would be expensive and emissions intensive to send the biofuels all the way up to the US, say to California. So in the environmental attribute certificate market, they can say, you know what, I'm just going to pay the green premium for you to produce the fuel down in Brazil. So here's the money that you need to be able to produce the fuel. And I just want to be able to take credit for the green attribute because I paid for it and make that claim against my Scope 3 emissions. By doing this, you create a liquid market for green attributes and for long-term offtake that doesn't require physical delivery. You see this market in sustainable aviation fuel, you see it in green cement, green steel, work being done also in shipping fuels. That's a financial innovation that I'm really excited about. And then the last thing that I wanted to talk about, we shouldn't find this innovative, but it is more innovative than any of us would like, is also bringing in standards and practices around social attributes and natural attributes like biodiversity in the way that the finance sector thinks about evaluating opportunities. So in our work at Carbon Direct, serious community engagement and community benefits planning around project development, bringing in the community early, decision rights, governance rights, in some cases shared equity is something really important. And then on the biodiversity front, where more and more financial institutions are making serious commitments against biodiversity, deforestation-free, biodiversity commitments in the way that they finance. This is something that is extremely important when we talk about sustainable biomass sourcing and frameworks around sustainable biomass sourcing as an input to the biofuels market.
I think there is a common sense here that in Brazil we are going to continue to be an important player in the biofuels agenda. So I have a question for you just to close this panel, because when I talk about especially technologies, I always say that we need here in Brazil, for instance, if we really want to advance, for instance, electrolyzers or batteries, because we don't produce them here. We need to put like the government and the academia and the private sector together, sit in the same table and say, look, what we're going to do if you really want to lead the energy transition, okay? So, but as we are talking about biofuels, so if you could like close this panel here and say, in your opinion, and think about our expertise in agriculture here in Brazil, and also in biofuels, we cannot deny this, our expertise. As what is important for us to go even further the moments that we're now here. This is just for us here in Brazil to listen to your opinion on this.
I think, we talked about specialization earlier, and that optimal systems that are based on trust are who can produce what in the best way at the cheapest price. And it's without doubt that on biofuels, Brazil has both the knowledge, the innovation ecosystem, and the resource. And I think you're very well positioned to be an international leader on this, including in next generation biofuels. You have research institutions in Brazil that have long experience in this. It's very difficult to export that. And this is where this concept of ecosystem becomes very important. We've had this discussion recently in the international media about, the Chinese have all the rare earth manufacturing capacity and everybody else needs to do it. Well, these guys invested in it for 25 years. They created a manufacturing ecosystem that has, X number of components around it. That's why they're able to do it today. They took them 25 years. Any competitor wanting to replicate that will take 10 to 15 years just to catch up to where they are today. So in the case of Brazil, what that indicates is that I think that Brazil really needs to take advantage of its lead in this technology, needs to take advantage of its understanding of the sustainable management of the feedstock, but in particular to address the issues that Nelly raised about the biodiversity and social implications. One of the criticisms against Brazil in the past was the biodiversity issue, monocultures, feeding biofuels and so on. And I think overcoming those issues really positions Brazil as an international leader in this field.
So Brazil has had such a run and still is on it of international leadership, from G20 to BRICS and now COP30 presidency. Brazil has been convening the world in the way that it is thinking about all the global topics. And the COP30 presidency Brazil will maintain its seat for another year. It will turn over to the next country at COP31. And so there's a continued opportunity through that and beyond to think not just about the national opportunities and legislation coming forward, but to think about how this plays out in an international market. Think about trade. Think about if you're a producer, you want to be selling not just in Brazil, but all around the world. Your buyers and investors are also global. And so one challenge across the market today is fragmentation, where I agree with you strongly on the economics of comparative advantage, right? This is taking me back to economics class. David Ricardian economics, like you make shoes, I'll make belts and we'll trade. That works to a point, but when we have integrated international markets, we need some kind of harmonization. And this is something at Carbon Direct that we've been really passionate to be thinking with the Brazilian government on, is how does it use its national leadership to drive international leadership and compatibility. And if COP31 does pass to Australia, we don't know, we're going to find out within 1 week at the most, then this topic of biofuels will be very strongly on their agenda as well. So you have an opportunity also to connect across presidencies on this topic, and that's something that I will look forward to for personally, as well as a global citizen.
I think, Anna, you mentioned at the beginning that we are celebrating 50 years of Proálcool, right? And I think I agree with the comments that Brazil, during these past 50 years, developed so much in ethanol exploration. That's a lot of progress on the productivity of how you obtain ethanol, right? We are doing now second generation ethanol, third generation. We are using, you know, all the material to produce. I think Brazil has the highest level of production, and if you compare even with electrification, the amount of equivalent CO2 emitted is very close when you compare well to wheel, very close to electrification, right? I think it's like a 20 grams CO2, ethanol is 22, only 10% higher, and we are progressing more. And I think really, in terms of biofuels, we have that lead, right? We will not develop batteries, right? We will not develop electrolyzers, things like that. But biofuels, I think we have that knowledge that we can help and support the world and be example. And these 15 years, right, not only Brazil, but countries like in North America, India, and others, they have mandate on the fuels, right? They are using blended ethanol on their fuels, and they are reducing CO2. I think that's one of the areas, right, that we should focus and put our knowledge and help. And I think if next COP is going to be in Australia, going to be a lot of synergies, right? And we are already talking about, because in Marco Polo we already have operations in Australia. We have 70% of city buses there, and there are a lot of potentials, right, to really kind of continuing evolving on that discussion, right, in Australia. And it's going to be really great. We are anxious to see, right, going to be the results by next week. But I think it's going to be a lot of fun if we have Australia as the next COP event.
So as we're approaching the end of our panel, so I'll open to questions from the audience. If anyone would like to ask questions to our experts here, please. Don't be shy, not like my students. take opportunity to have these experts here on the stage. No? So, so if no, I would like to thank all the panelists and thank you for the presence here. So join me and let's thank the
Welcome to CASE. I am Cecilia Saravalli, Sustainability Manager at Nestlé. It's a pleasure to receive you here this afternoon. This panel will be conducted in English, so if anybody needs an interpreter, simultaneous interpretation, our headsets can be picked up behind. CASE is a coalition of large Brazilian companies Bradesco, Itaú, Itaúsa, Marco Polo, Natura, Nestlé, and Vale, which gather to strengthen the importance of active engagement in the private sector for the climate and nature agendas. Our big objectives are to increase visibility to cases and solutions that have been implemented with the possibility of being upscaled to promote dialogues and mobilize multiple sectors and reassert Brazil's potential and the potential of our companies for sustainable economic development and social justice. We will be active until November 19, and every day we will be treating a topic. We already had food systems, bioeconomy, infrastructure, and finances. Today is the day of energy transition. We still have 2 days ahead, just transition and circularity. Please be mindful of our program. I'd like to thank approximately 100 speakers who have been with us this week, and also to the coalition members who are doing all this take place, our partners, Mandala, Accenture, and CEBEX, and our producer. We hope you will enjoy this experience. And now we will begin the panel, Mining and the New Geopolitics of Energy Transition, which will approach the role of mining as a key element for energy transition globally by exploring innovations and solutions to ensure the sustainable provision of critical minerals, reducing environmental impacts, and developing more complete and resilient value chains. For this dialogue, I'd like to invite to the stage the CEO of European Climate Foundation, Laurence Tubiana, European Climate Foundation, the head for sustainability at World Steel Association, Claire Broadbent, the VP of Sustainability of Vale, Graziele Parenti, and as moderator, the former minister and co-chair of the UN Environment Panel, Isabella Teixeira. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Welcome, my dear friends. Okay. Laurence, Grazi, my pleasure to meet you here in Brazil. I will moderate in a different way, okay, because they asked me to provoke things. Laurence, start laughing immediately. But 2 things. I think that I try to provoke you as co-chair of International Resource Panel. We are the scientific panel that manages circularity and resource security in the world. And also to stimulate you, I'm not here to share questions or something. Please talk, okay? Because we're women on the floor, and we know how to talk a lot, okay? To gossip a lot and to provoke a lot, okay? As you have Laurence Tubiana on the floor, she's not only the CEO of the European Climate Foundation, she is the CEO of COP31, the Paris Agreement. This woman was absolutely spectacular, okay? To be patient with people like me to have the deal of climate change of the Paris Agreement. So we discuss a lot about climate politics and also what's happening today in the world, how everything's changed. And I will provoke you exactly to discuss beyond Belém. Okay, it's my first provocation. We're not discussing what's happening here, okay, but the next steps and how critical the decisions that were taken in the past, the last 10 years of Paris Agreement, but also how the world changed and how nature changed. The world is updating, and it's like don't know what's happening if you look at this. But at the same way, when you have all the arrangements behind political ones and economic ones to have Paris Agreement, you have politics behind the scenes. The power politics, one of the key objectives of Paris Agreement was exactly to have the United States back on the climate regime. And it was very interesting. I remember the first time that I met her in Lima with Monsieur Fabius, and you have the first bilateral dialogue between Brazil and France exactly to address how we could come together to have Paris Agreement as really the new and innovative way to have a global deal to manage climate change. And it's very important that you understand how countries come together. It's not only because of multilateral regime, but because we really have a shared vision and a shared ambition to come together. 10 years later, okay, we have a different situation in the world, and this situation is very interesting because, as I mentioned, the world is changing, but nature also changes. It's not changed. After overshooting 1.5 Celsius degrees, we have a different context, a different way to manage the issues in these countries, in the world, sorry. Also, I'm not going to manage here the crisis of multilateralism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not sure if it's a crisis. I think that we need to recognize 80 years later that we need new things. Okay? The world, again, the international system changed. You have wars. It's impossible for me to think that we could have a war in Europe. And this is happening in the last 4 years. Okay? So it's very together, work with Ukraine situation, the green recovery of Ukraine, okay? And we went together to Ukraine. It's impressive that this country that have the most important, the most valuable soil for food security in the world have more than 30% of this contaminated, and you take from 70 years to 100 years to clean this. So we are adding crisis, food security, inflation, et cetera, inequalities, because of the consequence of the war. Also, if you go to emissions, and you have this report, it's very interesting how the sustainability, but the green perspective, we could approach or should approach after the war, the big challenge that we have today. When you go to Gaza Strip, it's impressive. It's really impressive. Go to the wars in Africa, it's impressive. Okay, what's happening today in Kenya, because in Tanzania, the wars, the fauna, it change the roots that are biological roots because they cannot do anything else because of the wars. So the impact on nature cannot measure. And we're coming into really a new age, this age that, in my understanding, brings together climate, mining, resource, okay, bio-age, and digital age. Okay? If you understand how we can come going together to promote new lifestyles and understanding better the demands of solution when you go to climate action here in COP30, this means that you have not only nature-based solutions, but you have nature-driven solutions, because you're fully dependent on nature to provide solutions on electrification and decarbonization. This based on natural resource, materials, raw materials, new industry, investments, et cetera, et cetera. So as the world changed, and also the power politics or geopolitics is changing, climate politics and nature politics will be into the same rooms of this process. And sometimes people don't understand why you have this dispute or complexity, for example, of phasing out of fossil fuels. If you have a world, an energy mix so dependent on, after 40 years of climate change dispute, around 80% of fossil fuels, we need to discuss this in different perspectives. And don't bring in the debate small countries that are really important, but they're not really relevant when you go to tackle climate change, consider emissions, and also they sometimes have some examples in Brazil. My friends, environmentalists, would like to make some examples, say that, for example, Denmark No, Dinamarca is not coming to produce oil anymore. Never produced. Never. So it's very important that you must be smart enough, intelligent, okay, based on the realities, the reality of the world that is completely in movement, that if you have a crisis, a multilateral system, you have a crisis because we need to renew, we have the tipping point of the institution, we cannot move without being together to solve global problems because we are vulnerable. You can trust, you can believe or not in climate change or nature crisis, but we are vulnerable. Not necessarily exposed to risks, probably in the future, but we are vulnerable. And this vulnerability could allow us to reframe how we could come together in international cooperation, not only because a country like Brazil could come to provide solutions, but how we, as an emerging economy, could provide also additional inputs for vulnerable countries that need us, okay, to support and coming to solve or to tackle climate change. It's a new way to approach the world. It's a new way when the climate politics will come with nature politics, not only based on assets, but based on the capacity to come together and to rebuild trust and also the idea, the capacity to deal with solutions. We are coming to unlock with climate action here a new world of climate change, in my understanding. How the chair will pack this fragmented process that Brazil opened the Pandora box, I don't know. If you go into these negotiations or into climate action debate, it's so rich, but come on, we have 1,300 events per day in Pará. Okay? I remember 13 during 10 days. And all of them coming to provide recommendations and solutions. This is one example. What we need to do, how we come together, etc., etc. It was a really big challenge for the presidents of COP to make sure that we can move the piece considered climate diplomacy and to have some disputes very important like global goal, global adaptation goal, and global goal and adaptation, because climate change is happening. So my understanding, you should not postpone this decision for 1 year or 2 years later because we have other interests of some countries that like to postpone things. It's really critical what we have today, what the decision that must be taken, and more than this, what the role and the responsibility, not only of the government, because when you come to climate action, we are going into governance, and we are unlocking the subnational, no, the non-state members to be into the room. I don't know how an FCCC will manage things. Okay, we are together in a working group to propose new governance models for an FCCC, and I remember that I'm still trying to figure out how we can do this. But okay, we're working hard. But why? Because we have different players into the room. And this means that we need to coordinate. And this coordination not necessarily must be on the national level because we have subnational players. But because probably we go into regional cooperation, because vulnerability, when you go to discuss tipping points, etc., planetary boundaries, we need to understand the role of the regional perspectives and how we can provide not only solutions, but come together with innovative international cooperation arrangements. This is very interesting. This is provocative. And I'm not sure yet how, beyond Belém, after Belém, plus beyond Belém, you should come with a new way to provide, to come into act based on solutions, understanding the trade-offs of short-term perspectives, and also the challenge of climate change is a long problem. Long problem, the problems that we use to manage consider 2 tracks, politics and governance, okay? And we need to discuss this, because this is part of our days. And 10 years ago, we knew the leaders that would be in the room. Okay, we knew the difficulty, etc. Today, you don't know the leaders. Yes, because the international leaders, they were impacted because of domestic issues. And Brazil was exposed to this recently. I remember the solidarity of the international community when you came different COPs in the past, recent past, asking, please, survive. We are together. We are trying to protect you, because we have really critical setbacks and backlash in public policy in Brazil that will take really years and years to rebuild things. Okay? It's really critical. It's not because of climate change. It's the tipping point of the institutions. The capacity to improve the relationship between society, business, and the states. And these take time. I'm sorry to say this, but take time. The responsibility as to be Brazilians is so high, not only because of international community, but because based on our society here in Amazonia, that we have the data of inequalities and also have the expression of organized crime. That's transnational dimension. It's not a national or regional problem more, as it was in my time, during my term. And now we need to understand how we can promote investments here with these realities and make sure the cost of money will allow us to really promote development. So the challenge is how we go to connect the dots. I cannot drive solutions only based on agriculture because of food security. My understanding, we need to renew the concept because food security, energy security, it was based on last century. Okay? We need to understand what's happening today to make sure that with this new age of minerals that's coming, because all the solution to climate change are based on minerals and resource, as all the solution digital world and also defense industry, new industry, etc., are also based on this. Power politics is part of the challenge that you have, because private sector needs to manage the both sides of the coin. You know this. Okay? Also, when you go into climate finance, I provoke this, we need to understand the AI boom. Okay? We have trillions of dollars that have been allocated in AI today in the world. Did you ever question yourself the impact of these investments in distract investment for development in the world? You never question yourselves that the countries cut the budgets of ODA, okay, what is happening for international cooperation and vulnerable and poor countries in the world? It's not only the melting down process of 9 nations. Regionally, okay, when President Trump came, I remember that Brazil has to support institutions here in Latin America to finance people, to preserve poor people, because this institution is very important. So we need to understand what's happening, but please, don't consider this as that we need to build things based on fear or threats. I don't believe that we can build up nothing based on fear. Okay, we need to come together and to understand our problems, our trade-offs, and figure out that we need step by step to have a new transition and new ways to bring minerals or raw materials, industry, understand the cost of things. My last comment to provoke you is that, okay, if domestic issues are impacting the global leaders or international leaders, it is true, when you come to have the ambition to be a leader as a country, as a society, we need to understand the world. I invite Brazilians to know more about the world. Okay, you used to go beyond Miami, my recommendation. Okay, years ago. Okay, it's very important to observe this because the societies around the world, they are really difficult to manage things. So the capacity to build up together with an open dialogue and make sure that we can understand our difference is very important. My suggestion that you cannot go, for example, in the example, consider Mercosur agreement that finally I think that will fly, but 25 years. You don't have 25 years for new deals or new agreements. And this is really the European countries that share values with us. I'd like to tell you that the world that's coming is from West and non-Western world. I don't like the South, global North. It's like a no dispute, okay? Private sector connects everything. Cement industry, steel industry, mining industry, and agricultural industry is impressive, energy. And Brazil is a country that really have good advantage, yes. But the decisions that allow us to be where we are today, they are not taken based on climate change. Please wake up. They're so proud that we have a renewable electric mix around 90%, but none of the decisions was based on climate change. They were taken 50 years ago, 40 years ago. I'm sorry, some probably people here that were not was born. Okay? Were not was born. Yes. So it's important to understand where we are, why we are here, if you want to change things. I want to invite you, okay, all of the three, girls and ladies, okay, to provoke yourselves, okay, to come and to say, I'm not interested to know, to discuss what I know, okay? I'd like to be provoked, and would like to provoke the audience. For example, that one of the questions that we have today on the floor is you're coming with a new governance on minerals, international ones, the debate about the International Minerals Agency or resource agency, that we need to coordinate the demands of minerals and the impacts because of minerals exploitation. Okay? This is governance. Oh, it's an example. The other side of the coin is this. Oh, this is based or inspired what's happening in oil crisis in 73 and 79. In that to have emergence for this, you have International Energy Agency and also OPEC. So this is based on the same perspective that OECD developed this arrangement. So this is an old governance, or we are coming with something really new that allow countries, emerging economies, the owners of minerals, to have really political powers, economic powers, and technological powers to drive things in different ways. This is in the core of the debate of mining security. Nobody knows about this here. And this is the real world, okay? This is happening today. And this is part, it's really a full depend on this, for example, to accelerate climate solutions. So it's a good example how politics, okay, based on the CDE, or will come in like-minded blocks like BRICS Plus, with conventions of interest, where Brazil is the only country for the Western world in BRICS Plus. And to provoke you, and to invite you to open your mind and be close of your brain, okay? Don't forget your brains, please. Is that when we're going to discuss net zero, we have an understanding, we, the side of the world, that must happen by 2050. Okay? And you do believe this. But China is 2060. And India is 2070. It didn't change, you know? So 45% of the global population, China and India, will play to deliver this from 2006 to 2070. Let's assume that they will deliver it. Okay? China used to deliver and push, and push more. But, so if you go to be real, okay, let's discuss from 2050 to 2070, because we have a global perspective. And this means when you go to value chains, this means when you go in electrification, when you go in regional bilateral investments, our access funds, et cetera, we are discussing based on reality. This will emerge from COP30, I'm not sure, but this will be beyond Belém. So the idea is that I can invite you, okay, to discuss, and I ask you, invite Laurence to be allowed, not to answer to me because she'll kill me, but if you want to discuss, if you after COP, everything is ended, it's good negotiations, it's a dream. Beyond this, and consider raw materials or mining sector, mining security. We have a new age of mining. We are putting in the past fossil fuel age. You are jumping into the dispute considering mining age. Welcome to the new world of climate change, okay, and the power politics and the role of private sector and civil society. We need to transform our societies and our movements to dialogue concerning the future, to unlock the future, stop having the past as a partner. So, my dear friend, after I invite you to try to answer me or to go against me, okay, and you, Grazi, please, renew your company, new understanding about the scars of the mining sector around the world, what must change. Okay? Thank you very much. And after this, we have a second round that will provoke all of them, because the time is running. Thank you.
always difficult, no, to do that after Isabella. I'll try. Well, what I pick out of your introduction, and it's really interesting because in emerging countries, again, and I look at all the travel we have been doing all these more than 10 years, I think that is the first time what it was beginning to shape up in Paris, but still not totally there. And it was funny, I discussed with our good common friend, the lead negotiator of Saudi Arabia this morning, or not always easy, as you know. And he was saying, you know, come to Riyadh and you will see a whole world of change. And I believe him. Not for the first time, but sometime for the first time. But really, it was really interesting because that's true. It has created a line in the sand where from an international diplomacy issue, it has become a national, domestic issue. That's the first total transformation, and you're totally right. And I saw that not so much in Brazil, which I finally know less, than in China, where it was only an international issue, not a domestic one. And now, anytime I'm coming to China, and even recently, it's a domestic issue for two reasons. One, of course, for obvious things you know, because of the enormous capacity of exporting all the green transition goods. The second is the impact of climate change, which is now incorporated on everyday thinking of the central government. And third, because, again, it's about how the society will evolve. And one of the big interpretations of why the Chinese contribution for this COP was finally relatively modest compared to what we were hoping for is because the uncertainty of this new wave of technology that is happening. And that's why we have to look exactly a long way forward. And of course, the big elephant in the room is the digital economy and the need for energy, the need for critical materials. And one of my Chinese colleagues told me, we don't know how much energy, how much critical material more we need if we want to be the first on the edge of artificial intelligence. So yes, new world, distributed leadership. Of course, you see a major big economy with China, EU certainly backtracking progressively. At the end of hegemonies, it's very clear. By the way, for the anecdote, I announced the end of the American hegemony in 1991. I was a little bit early. I was a little early. So anyway, sometimes it happens. But I think it's much more distributed. And I think even in the BRICS conversation, you see that there are different nucleus of powers that are emerging that doesn't have notably the same interest, doesn't have the same vision, both on the political regime, both of the economic structures, but they are all quite important nucleus of power. In this case, this role of critical materials, the exciting question, will we go back, as you mentioned, Isabella, to the extractivist type of thinking, which had been the case for many, many centuries, by the way, and fossil fuel sector was an extractivist thinking. And is this the same, as you mentioned, and then we need to maybe regulate or try to look for legal, illegal, all the things we have been doing on many of the raw materials, and in particular on the extractive industry. And already, of course, there are some guidelines. You have been, of course, producing this very important report of critical material, and we know already there is some normative element that can be developed, and that, of course, are excellent. I'm sure you would describe how useful or not this report has been for you. My question is, does this extractive industry, and I was thinking in a similar way, you see the oil exporters countries beginning to think that they have to not only diversify, but use not only their excess of capital and their limited capacity to absorb excess capital at home, going from buying US bonds, treasury bonds, or real estate in Europe to investment abroad and investment in their own diversification. And I was thinking, Brazil, for example, and you, in your big company, which I see, of course, have an enormous influence on the thinking about mining, can you see your role as a traditional extractive industry in the past, and you have, of course, a long history, or part of the value chain that will be already transformative, and not only to the way you do your mining, but as well the way you integrate the supply chain down. And I think it's interesting because, of course, we see limits to extractivism because we know the story of the past. Inflation, well, you know the series of things where raw material began to be very expensive or scarce, and then you have, of course, all these conflicts around that. And then you can see a very different economy if you look differently. So how you retain a value added at home, how you develop the industrialization based on that. And I think when I went last year because of the invitation of Isabella in the discussion with the mining industry in Belém, and I don't know if I was listened to, but I talked to them, why don't you be the main companies that are recycling the rare earths in lieu of just keeping that particular slot in the value chain, but having a more comprehensive view, and then begin to build a circular economy at home. And that will change totally the mindset, in my view, and anyway, I would be super interested to listen to you about that. Then on the distributive leadership we see, and the fact that we have now a first wave of technology on green transition, we know the green electricity, etc. But what is a new wave of this technology? Industrial products, artificial intelligence, and many more we don't know, and the connection certainly between the artificial intelligence, the bioeconomy, and all what is this convergence of many, many different technology using, again, the biomass, geogenetics, and many others, together with, of course, the artificial intelligence. And finally, because then you consider mining as a traditional activity or a very modern leapfrogging as well from the future. And I think that would be probably essential if we want to organize a system, an ecosystem, around a precious resource, which will be precious more and more, and has to be saved and recycled. But then the ecosystem around the local communities we're working with, and of course, having an impact on their environment, of course, mining is a big impact, at the same time measuring the risk of climate impacts on your activity. So there is really a new, as Isabella said, a new world. And so I think some basic element on the mining which are there from now many years, human rights, environment protection, regulation from, of course, what is needed. But I see now a new thing, how we get out of the extractivist model, that we know the shortfalls of this model, and at the same time you have a resource asset, in particular in Brazil, but in many other emerging countries, that has an enormous value. So today, as I was mentioning that on the trade and climate discussion that are starting at the COP, when Europe buys critical materials in Chile, they are directly exported to China because we are unable to transform them in Europe. What Brazil would do, you would keep that value added at home and build a new type of investment and trade partnership with whoever, including the Europeans, and then think about a new ecosystem of relations that where this codependence, which I see as very positive, we are codependent, and manage that in a sort of a positive way. Can we, because we have not one big power, but have several big power, initiate new trade rules, new trade regime, new governance for all of this, based on the recognition that we are codependent, it's a value, we should not look for absolute independence, that security is the product of this multiplicity of relations, and that this complicated work finally could be a positive outcome. It will be then the first time that extractivist economy doesn't lead to war, which we haven't seen. Extractivist has been always small wars, big wars, but that we have seen in the past. So it would be just really fascinating issues as the new technology is not bringing to more power politics, more severe confrontation, but at the contrary, accepting more codependence and having this new wave as I said, a more distributed leadership. So that's my questions. I don't know if I was provoked enough, but that's where I am.
Yes, and keep provoking together. Don't you worry. Claire, come on. Manage this. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So I'm working for the World Steel Association, and we represent the steel producers from around the world. On an annual basis, there's 2 billion tons nearly of steel being produced, which is around 4 billion tons of CO2 emissions, of greenhouse gas emissions. So it's a pretty big challenge that we're facing. And we're really struggling to see that we're going to be able to meet the targets that are being set for 2050 and to become net zero. And there is a lot of intention there. We've heard the dates for China, for India as being pushed back further, and they're not the 2050 targets, but even really in Europe and other parts of the world, it's a huge challenge to get there. And I think that the steel industry itself is a very old, historical industry. Lots of the steel production sites have been built near to the coal mines because that is one of our key materials that we need to use. And that was a strategy that was done at that time. As we're having to try to move away from using coal, that poses another set of different questions. Is the industry actually located in the place where it should be located going forward? If we're looking into being co-located where the mines are, and then this is obviously more into your field, but if you're located by the mines and you can take the iron ore, you can reduce it and make it into the iron product that we need to make steel, you can actually reduce the volume of material that you're transporting from the mine site to where it's going to be further processed. This then has a lot of challenges then in terms of, do we close down steel production facilities in different countries to try to achieve the climate goals globally? Today I was talking with some people about the sector transition plans for the industry, and as a global industry, it's the International Energy Agency who have set out various scenarios of how we can move the industry forward. And I think if we take the world as a whole, it's very easy to say, okay, we have enough capacity to produce steel that we need today, but maybe it's in the wrong places, or it's not in the places where the countries who are wanting to develop actually want to make their steel. Steel's a strategic material. Countries and governments want to rely on having their own source of steel for defense and other purposes. So it's quite difficult to say, okay, from a sector level, you have your a strategic plan for how you might want to decarbonize the industry as a whole, but it's not going to work necessarily on national and company levels. I think going forward, we know that by 2050, the expectation is that we'll still be making steel, 50% of steel from iron ore. So that's good news for the minerals side, because one of the easiest ways to decarbonize the steel industry is just to use recycled scrap. And yeah, great, but that doesn't help from a circular economy perspective, because you want to be able to keep the steel in use for as long as possible. We want to be able to sort of have remanufacturing, design products so that they're going to last longer, so that you can reuse them in different areas. So all of that sort of doesn't help in terms of trying to encourage people to recycle the steel before we actually get to the end of life of the products. So if we can't just be relying on the scrap, then we need to really look into the other business models and the options we have for decarbonizing the industry. And one of those is for using hydrogen. We need the hydrogen as a green energy source, but also as a way to get the oxygen out of the iron ore, we can use hydrogen. But in terms of the quantities of hydrogen that's needed, it's 18 to 20 tons per hour for a 2 million ton production site. And then that itself imposes a lot of questions. How are you going to make the green hydrogen? Do we have the electricity available? And it's got to be low carbon electricity, because otherwise we're not really solving the problem. Do we have that available? And we know that here in Brazil you do, but do you have enough currently? How does it link to the stability of the supply of electricity? If you have the hydrogen available, this quantity of hydrogen that's needed just for one steelworks, where do you store it? It adds in the safety implications, the number of additional tankers of hydrogen that's going to come onto the site. So yes, it is one of the solutions for the industry, but we also need to rely on looking at other areas. This could be carbon capture and storage. But again, that's something which can only be done if you've got access to somewhere to store the carbon. When we look at China, which you've mentioned already, if you go to some of the Chinese steel production sites, they're huge. And they're extremely modern. They have got a lot of this AI already in place. And we hear from other parts of the world that it's China that's got to do the catching up. Well, we sort of really see that actually it's probably the rest of the world that has to catch up with what China is doing. They just get on and do it. And things happen, and sites close down. And I'm not saying that all of the old sites are closed down, but they certainly are taking quite a significant step forward in that. India is the country that's developing the most in terms of steel production, and they've got their projections going forward of how much steel that they're going to be making. And it's not low carbon steel. They don't have the same grade of iron ore that we do here in Brazil. And the whole production process which is taking place over there, we cannot say to a nation, okay, well, sorry, but you're a bit too slow compared to everybody else. We're going to stop your country from developing. So again, it's how the rest of the world can help those other nations where they need to have a greater sort of support in terms of the technologies going forward for them to actually be able to develop and not just to be following behind. And as steel is so much globally traded, I think 30% of all steel crosses international, continent level borders. So it's extremely important that we try to make sure that any ways of accounting for all of these different emissions and accounting for the impact that we're having as an industry is really quite consistent on a global level.
Good points. I will provoke you in the second round. Please, Grazi, would you like that you can come the question that I share, but also if you can bring two different new things. How not only Vale, but a country like Brazil that can bring energy transition together with mining transition, because we have assets to do this, how challenging this is for the private sector. And second, that the combination is not only about the needs that you have going to mining age and electrification and decarbonization. It's not only based on critical minerals. Strategic minerals like iron, absolutely critical, is really important to drive the solutions that you need. And another question I will share with you, discussing about the environment, okay? I try to provoke about the new environmental policies that we need in the world to dance the music together with climate change.
Thank you, Isabella. So hello, everyone. And I have to do a comment, Isabella. Let's normalize the fact that we have 100% female speaker panel talking about specific topics and not just female leadership. It's important to highlight this. So in the story of the new era of the economics, if it could be a book, it's a trilogy. So it's about climate, it's about energy, and it's about mining. There is no chapter with the other one. It's a story that is connected. So I think this is the first thing. And to talk about mining, we have to remember there is an industry that does mining, because miners don't just drop inside your plant. There is a lot of technology to do that. So I think this is the very important thing to start on. Of course, we are in Brazil, we are a global company. We have a very rich endowment, as you said. We understand that there are two routes for this strategic role of the mining sector that goes in the steel value chain. First of all is the decarbonization of industry. When you said about strategic minerals, everybody likes to talk about critical minerals. It's such a sexy topic. I was international conference, there is always a panel about critical minerals. But what we are talking about exactly? So we are talking about minerals for energy transition. So you are talking about copper, nickel, and others. But you cannot do energy transition without having iron ore, steel. So when you're talking about solar panels, electric cars, you are talking about wind turbines, everything comes from the iron ore, the steel. So these things are not disconnected, they are totally connected. When you talk about geopolitics, and it's the title of our panel, you are talking about all the steps on the value chain. When you said that the first steel plants were located close to the coal mines, because it was, of course, easier and make it good to operate. We understand that the steel industry will go for where the energy is abundant, is clean, and you are able to produce. So maybe we change the geography, you know? Brazil is very well positioned, not just with the endowment that we have for minerals, but also for the energy. Are we looking for hydrogen? Of course, and then you put the right challenge to that. We are in the land of the biofuels. We cannot put biofuels on the furnace, but we can use biofuels for everything else. So there is no one size fits all. We cannot replicate everything. We are not going to electrify everything. So we have to understand what model fits for us. And also we understand that it's not just about the minerals, but when we are seeing the future of the mining industry, we are talking about metallic energy. So when we sell something, we are selling energy in a metallic form. And this has changed completely the way we see mining. The other important point is that Brazil is very well positioned, not just because we are blessed by God and having this endowment, but because we have technology, and we have policy, and we have regulations. There is still a lot to go, because for a global company and to do a global, I would say, in this book of the story of the new area of economics, you need to have harmonization of policies, of standards. We need to classify, what is a green steel? What is a low carbon economy? So these things, we need to go deeper on that. They are nice things to say, but how we can make this tangible? And this is highly interested for the industry, because then we can really show up what we are doing and differentiate. We are in a commodity market. So if you are able to really set the standards of what is a green steel, what is high quality iron ore, we know what is it. It is what we have in Brazil. But to contribute to this value chain, this is very important. Also, when we talk about energy transition, I picked up some very interesting data, Isabella. I think you might know that, for instance, the electric cars, they take 6 times more minerals than a conventional one. For clean technology, sometimes needs 13 times more. So we are talking about a steep increase on the demand of minerals. So it's very important that we understand what mining is. You know, I like to say that we normally don't like things that we don't know. You know, what is strange, what is unknown. So we have been working a lot, and this is something that it's a work in progress, and how we communicate that. Because if you want to do this transition, if you want to decarbonize the world, we have to talk about mining. We have to understand and make the peace with it, you know, to really drive that. So this is what we understand we are on the way to do. Also, we are a natural resource business. So how we integrate that with nature? They are not excluded and should be not. And I can pick up many datas and trying to say that. But it's important that I was in another industry when I was a little younger, that was agriculture. And I said, have you ever visited a farm? You should visit. Mine is the same. Have you ever visited a mine? You should visit and understand. So this is my first comments. Thank you.
Okay, good. You like it? I will provoke, try to, indeed, to speculate more than provoke. Three things. We are moving, really, I hope so, to action agenda, or action, climate action. Okay? Climate action has really a huge examples of possibilities, etc., and also will provoke new business models around the world. So business will come into the room, not only because it could provide money, but because business will be responsible to drive the solutions. And this means new markets. For example, 10 years ago, we didn't have carbon removal markets. Today you have. Okay? And it is very interesting how business is coming, or will come, considering regional perspectives, or global perspectives, or national perspectives, to understand more beyond trade. It's not only trade, but the role of business in this decarbonized age in the world. Okay? Mining will come always together, in my understanding, with energy. You like it, you just like it. It's true. But at the same time, it's not only minerals and raw materials, okay? It's also natural resource. You cannot manage things without water, for example, or without land. Or when you go in deep sea mining, these will have a really strategic line with oil industry, offshore industry, because we have the technologies to explore deep sea mining, okay? So, and this means that the sectors, or the business sector, the private sector, will demand not only for new regulations, but a new vision about environment and sustainability. Okay? And my feelings is that what you have is not enough, will be not enough, to drive all the nature protection or environmental protections that we need, considering not only the scalability of the demands of natural resources, and I like too much that Laurence explored the extractivism here, but also how the sectors will demand for new environmental policies. The last 40 years or 50 years, you have environmental policies, demands, okay, to private sector or the sector, economic sector to change. Are you prepared to demand the environmental sector to change? Or we are going with this unbalanced way, like in Brazil, you know this a lot, about environmental permits, and bring decisions into the context of environmental permits, for example, that's not enough to address the complexity of the challenge that you have to drive solutions on climate change, because we're interconnecting sectors. We're not going on to environmental permits or license to allow mining to do something. Is mining plus energy, and probably when you go in biofuels also. Okay? So it's my understanding, it's a different context that is coming. Okay? My experience, I'm sorry, as a former minister, but I work in 35 years in environment, I'm not sure if the environmental constituency is prepared for this. Not only for the political debate, not only for the economic debate, not only for the social debate, and for the regulatory debate. And if we go into the international community, we cannot come to really establish barriers, okay, or trade, et cetera, because we need to drive not only costs, but price. Are the markets prepared to pay for this? This is the new world that's coming, okay? And and my understanding, climate change is not an environmental issue anymore. Climate change is a power politics issue, it's a development issue, it's with international cooperation issue, and the national new integrations of public policy and the new demands of regulations. Because we must restore trust, and we need to have a more efficient relationship between private sector and states and society, and public sector, sorry. So I'd like to provoke you with this, the first question, and the second question is about the ambition to cut emissions, to mitigate, okay? Because it's not on the technological development or technologies that we can bring. They cost more, they will impact more, considering nature and environment and probably social perspective. You know that ESG or ESG, more than 20 years, okay, to come to dialogue with people. How we can move from greenwashing and greenwashing and make sure that private sector could come, it's not only communicate, but it still is very critical, because when you go in the steel industry, you have a really strategic and geopolitical dispute when you have China into the room. And you have Mr. Trump into the room, okay? So it's very interesting to have India into the room. When you go there, the couple things and check things, so wow, and to have Brazil into the room. So I'd like to know more if indeed you have the private sector. What is the ambition? What is the challenge? Better, not be prepared. Challenge of the private sector to deal with climate solutions. It's not only based on recommendation technology, but what must change to really be a strategic player in international and national reality. And this is the new things that, in my understanding, we need to provide in the next 10 years if you want to go into climate solutions and understand climate politics and climate change as part of our less vulnerable lives in the future. Only to provoke you, you have 23 minutes, so I'll ask you to 7 minutes each one, and I'll close the session in a minute and a half. Nobody will believe this, but trust me. It's up to you. It's free, girls.
I think I would like to hear you, because in a way you said something really interesting, saying we have to make peace with mining and the connection between the three: climate, of course, energy, and mining. And in a way, I see, so I have only question in reality. Only question. One is that when I look at how the making peace with mining is happening in Europe, and it's difficult, every question is about, is there enough regulation? Is there too much regulation? These days we are under too much regulation, at least at the business perspective. And everything is on permitting. There is this famous discussion, a big mine of lithium in Serbia, for example, has been very sensitive, where, and then you see conflicting views of what is a good environment assessment. But at the same time, the thing was really focused on the mining itself, not so much about what do we do around that, is this an ecosystem? So my first question is how big or how complex is make peace to mining beyond the best practice on mining, which I understand have improved enormously. We had recently this Australian miner on how he electrify its mining. So, of course, it's a progress. But I find that it was certainly interesting and important, but I would say make peace with mining is much more than that. And how we can build that, because we will need that. And it's not the bad thing to try to just take the minerals out here, look at what is really this terrible experience we have in the Congo Basin, where it's just awful what is happening, and just what, to make our iPhones? So we can't just stay there. So I think make peace is make peace in reality, in a very strong way, finally. So I don't know if you would help.
We have two mediators. Yeah. What does it take to advance sustainable mining. Is this technology? Probably not, you know. And also it's important to highlight that it's not, we are also developing technology in Brazil. We should also pick up our engineers, because for many, many years to be engineer, you have to go to finance to do something interesting. So people should be interested to work in mining industry as well. Having all these brains, I think you said brain one time, right, Isabella? So use all these brains and hearts, you know, for that. So to become again, like agribusiness become, you know, on that. The other thing is, so technology, if technology is not really a problem, so the second piece people always say is about finance. And all the time we go to panels and people say, oh, we need money, and that. And in my 30 years of business corporate career, I say that normally for good projects, you always find money. So it's about having the good projects that they can survive and thrive. Also, in this long career of sustainability, when I learned it was like, you know, sustainability are three things: social, environmental, and economical. We normally forget that. We think in one of them, two of them, but not the three of them. So how we are able to advance this financial models to really stimulate this mining, this new mining, what we call the mining of the future, but the mining of the future is happening now. What we need is scale. What we need is offsetters, like the demanding, requesting that. You know, like consumers, when you go to a supermarket, because we are a B2B company, but in a B2B industry, but when you are B2C, like on the customers, if you go to a supermarket and you don't really give the value of something that is a low carbon product or whatever traceable product they have, so you are not stimulating the value chain. And you can stimulate a value chain in two ways: with tax or with incentives. What we are talking about, right? And last but not least, so we are talking about first the technology, the finance, and then the demand. So these are important pillars, but then what is the role of policy? And I think this, Isabella, is so much your topic, you know. How you coordinate this geopolitically speaking? Are we going to target this as the very geolocated industry, or you are thinking about really a map of your of the way to this development of the next century? So these are things that I keep thinking about in how to foster that. There is an important piece about communicating, so getting closer, disclosure, understanding all that. And I also think that it's very good that we have a panel talking about critical minerals and mining and steel and climate change. So this is a way for us to put how strategic this discussion is. And it's not just about a business, it's about how we want to develop our economy in the future. And the future, again, happens now. My 2 cents on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Be
think
courage, okay? Be courage. Go there.
I think we need to have more collaboration throughout the value chain and be willing to take the risk. If we're looking to have some nice green iron produced somewhere, at some point a steelmaker today needs to decide to stop making their own non-green iron. And at what point do you actually do that and know that you've got a supplier somewhere that's going to be able to provide you with that. And having more of these joint ventures between the mining companies and then further downstream to the steel companies, understanding what each other can offer and what each other needs, I think is going to really help make this transformation go forward. But while we're focusing so much on the climate side, we need to not forget about what the impacts are of all of these changes that we're making to the production processes. If we're talking about hydrogen, you need a huge amount of water, and it needs to be clean and you know, very good quality, and then you're also producing it. So all of these sort of ripple effects of, okay, great, you're asking for solar panels. Solar panels actually have another effect on the environment, which is ozone depletion because of the minerals and things that are going into there. So it's really key that we're actually not just being so focused on the climate topic that we're forgetting to know about everything else. I think also the issue on the skills and the labor that's needed is also going to change. So we need to make sure that we're educating the people to change jobs. We don't want to sort of be seeing a huge reduction in the number of employees that are needed, but more being able to reskill people from one type of technology so that they can employ those skills in other areas as well.
Okay, good, but not enough for me, okay? Yes, because we have some assumptions that not necessarily this will happen after COP30 and beyond COP30. The first one that we absolutely believe in climate change, and we understand that we want that climate change could be in the core of the debate or the decision process concerning mining investments, steel investments, etc. Steel sector is responsible for around 8 to 9% of the global emissions. It's a huge challenge to mitigate this, because this is interconnected. Okay, this is not only one company in the United States or in Brazil, etc. And you have, of course, this part of the war tariffs and also trade wars, etc., that's coming, and this means the new dependence, how countries could come in international market with low cost of steel, for example, and make sure not necessarily that you can have the traceability, accountability about climate impacts. Okay? So the first thing is that we are here and we share problems to jump into climate age, because you don't have time to buy anymore. And this is very interesting, because as we have been discussing climate change since the last century, okay, now in the new century, we need to understand how it could come and to address 10 years of Paris Agreement. What would be the new 10 years? Could they be able to cut the emissions and to restore degraded lands, or other technology that will come to make sure that we can fix removal carbon? It's like in Brazil, you believe it's very important that you can use land restoration, forest restoration to carbon sink. But in the next 10 years, probably we'll have new technologies with low prices that will come into the context of 20 years, that will come in the context to removal, okay, carbon removal. So the understanding about business is about dynamics. It's about how companies will change, is low pace or not, and because the markets will react. Second, you have problems when you go into really this industry, when you go into the societies. It's not only because of disasters, but because people don't understand the role of mining age, for example, in electrification. If you cannot able to explain that you improve the quality of life, that to be less vulnerable, the cost will be low. And you know that the first kickoff of the process, you have probably inflation, okay, because the cost is high. It's like electric car. Here in this country, we have this invasion of e-cars, and we have hybrid car with biofuels. And the biofuels will come in now with corn, not based on sugar cane, based on corn. And this will be so disruptive, not only in Brazil, but in the world. Okay? And this means aviation. We are connecting things. We are coming to the society to say the solutions that we need will have a different context. We are not prepared yet to explain this to people, because people will be exposed to the tragedies, the extreme events, is how we are reading today climate change. Third, how we come to understand nature and environment. I'm not discussing social justice here, but I can provoke this. Because social, I understand, is not only the past. We have climate refugees, and you need to understand the implication of this. But close the brackets, will be back. Environment, in my understanding, my experience, we must be demanded to come in the realignment of the world, because climate change is driving the debate, will be driving part of the debate. At the same time, with the power politics or geopolitics, because we have demands on, and pressure on resource, but this is not climate change. If you go to some countries, we don't have the climate denialism, that we don't have climate disaster. We have meteorological problems. I used to read the newspapers in the United States. It's impressive how you manage things. Then you have subnational players coming. No, it's not this what's happening. It's like, is President Trump wants to be out of Paris Agreement? No problem. His decision. But climate change will not be out of the United States. I'd like to say it's true. Okay? So environment, it's if you want to melt down EPA or not, IBAMA, not ones, going against what the environmental policy, the demands to manage environment would be different. And this would be part of the business. Okay? So what I'm trying to say here is that things, the world changed, nature changed, and I think that the environment, the political, the economic ones that are coming to provide and to develop business and the new generations in the room, this changed also. Okay, if you're not able to understand GRAS, it's not only communications, it's information. This is a country that has, for example, I don't know if you know this, you have really a robust infrastructure in telecommunications. This means that fiber optic in Brazil, the infrastructure is so powerful that the cost of investments in digital world is so low and so competitive. Okay? And this is a precondition to scale up climate solutions. Nobody knows about this. Okay? Nobody knows that the cable, the submarine cables that connect us to Europe, to the rest of the world, since the last 35 years, you have Huawei providing this service. It's not the 5 years, 35. 35. Okay? So understanding how the world is arriving here, it's here, but how Brazil would like to be in the world. And this means that we need to provide really new ways to dialogue with the international world and make sure that you're not going on to, as Laurence provoked us, the old extractivism, or if you want to, they need to allocate new technology, what it means when you go to impact things. It's not clear. Climate discussion is not driving this, but this is the real world, and you go with your shareholders to check if you do like to change and to pay for this. It's a balance between CAPEX and mitigation targets, and now plus probably adaptation targets. So my understanding, and I will ask you to close the session, you give 2 minutes for each one, I promise that I will end sharp, okay, is my understanding that it's not only the decision that must be taken, but how would be really responsible, okay, to open the rooms to dialogue and to promote the changes that must happen if you want to go faster. It's unacceptable, in my opinion, that Brazil is a really high reserve of critical minerals and strategic ones, but to have a mining exploitation, it will take 15 years. I don't have 15 years to wait for an authorization. But also, I don't need authorization that go against indigenous people's rights, for example. That we need to go consider our federal constitution and debate in National Congress what we want as society. We cannot be passive, okay? If you want to understand what's happening today, not only today, but beyond Paris. Not after Paris. Paris probably you have Brazil presence, good low carbon caipirinha, etc., etc. But indeed, okay, indeed, we need more commitment with the future. It's not only to drive things, to understand this age that we'll be exposed to. So to end, I do invite you, Claire, to have your closing remarks. Please, welcome to Brazil. Be back always, okay? And ask Grazi, and finally, Madame Tubiana, I love to say this, okay, to close the sessions, and finally, I will stop. Thank you very much for joining us. Girls, you have the floor.
Okay, I think it's quite critical that the industry is prepared to take risks. The finance needs to be available, the policy needs to change, and us as consumers, we actually need to think about what it is that we're willing to do as consumers. Do we need everything that we're getting? Are we willing to pay an additional price for what we want? If you go to the supermarket, particularly in Europe, you want something organic, you pay extra for it. Are you really willing to pay extra for some low-carbon materials to help with the transition in relation to climate change? And I think that's really a key part the consumers, the customers of the industry, pushed by the policymakers, and then with the support of the finance industry.
I think this demand side is really interesting and important. At the same time, when I was talking with the colleagues in Finland and Sweden who do the green steel, they finally saw that it was not difficult to sell because in reality the price of this material in a car was so minimum that it was not a problem. So the problem is where we put the value. And in a way, when you buy a car, you pay a lot more for advertisement than for the steel. So I think it's really interesting to say where we put the value. And that's really interesting. But I think anyway, I want to visit a mine now.
I would say that in this book, again, of the story of the economics, we can close the chapter saying that all people were engaged on that with their brains and hearts to write the future, and have written, you know, the last, this time looking from the future back, they were looking to see how we were able to do the development, including people, helping them with prosperity and thriving, that there is respect, that is a space for free speaking and free mind. So I think this book could be ended in a very positive way. And this we'll be very proud of it. And that is just the beginning, what we are seeing it. I think I was in another panel the other day, and the person was saying, like what you said, we are in the era of mining, again, like we had in the past. So we have not finished this. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to thank you, the ladies and gentlemen in the audience, the girls on the floor, okay? And only to remember two things. We are in the moment of the world that perception is becoming a value in politics, not the realities. Okay? Observe this, please. It's not only because of fake news, but we mobilize people based on perception. Take care, okay? Really take care. Second thing, it's about sovereignty and national interests. This idea to have power politics or geopolitics into the rooms again, this means that the countries probably will come, okay, bring some concepts that are really complex and difficult to manage based on the urgency or emergence of climate change. If you go into critical minerals and strategic minerals, have some countries that this is national interest, okay, this will block, this is security issues. But what is really provocative is that data that will emerge from digital world or digital industry, okay, this data will sometimes host, like Brazil, 62% of the data, of Brazil data is hosted in the United States, okay? And we are coming to, because of costs and because of fiscal issues. And you go to discuss fiscal reform in Brazil, nobody mentions this. Okay, but I'd like to remember you that this data is in data centers based on minerals, okay, and based on the new world that's here. And you're coming to discuss today sovereignty data, security data. You are completely crazy if you have a call from your bank because someone invaded your accounting. Yeah, you have a mobile completely crazy, okay? If I forget my mobile at home, probably nobody. And finally, the world will be really safe. But this is very important to observe. Don't forget about perception. Don't forget about rejection, okay? We are in a bubble. And the world needs to understand that we are coming to make sure, as everyone shares here, that we can have really a less vulnerable country, a less vulnerable future, and probably more fair. Probably, okay? Probably. I do hope so, but I invite you to come together, work hard, and have future as a partner and not only the past, okay? Let's change the world. No, let's be provocative enough to make sure that we are doing the best that we can do together and simplify things, okay? Because really the power politics based on trick situation is unacceptable if we want to drive solutions. So welcome to the future. Let's thank our ladies that are here, our friends, and thank you very much for your audience. And I'm waiting for you in the future. I'm safe, okay? Bye-bye.
noite. Chegou a hora, gente.
Good
Boa
evening.
noite.
It's time, people. Good evening.
Bem-vindos a CASE.
Welcome to
Meu
CASE.
nome é Cecília Seravalli.
I'm Cecilia Seravalli. I'm Sustainability Manager at Nestlé.
Essa sessão será conduzida em
This
inglês.
session will be done in English, so if you need simultaneous interpretation, on my right, on my left-hand side, you can take your translation device. CASE is a coalition of major companies in Brazil: Bradesco, Itaú, Itaúsa, Marco Polo, Natura, Nestlé, and Vale, that join to reinforce the importance of active engagement of the private sector in the climate and nature agendas. Our major goals in CASE are to give visibility to cases that were implemented and are upscalable, promote dialogue and mobilize multiple sectors, apart from restate the potential of Brazil and of our companies in aligning economic development, sustainability, and social justice. CASE will be active till November 17th. We have another 2 days where we'll approach just transition and circular economy. Before that, we've talked about food systems, bioeconomy, infrastructure, and finance. And today, energy transition. I'd like to thank our approximately 100 speakers that agreed to be with us this week, giving life to CASE, and also the members of the coalition that are making this happen, and our knowledge partners, Mandala, Century Sabets, and the producer TN1 that helps us make all this work. We hope you all are enjoying CASE. And now let's begin our keynote session of another day of CASE with a dialogue of energy transition with all its complexity, demands cooperation and systemic view. Initiatives from the private sector need to be synergic with governance and public policies for sustainable transition and just transition. To discuss this systemic transformation leverages, we have a talk between a major mobilizer in business and the leadership in development of public policies. I have the honor to invite the co-founder of Ambition Loop, high-level climate champion of COP26 and president of the Climate Change Committee of the United Kingdom, Nigel Topping. And the founder and CEO of Council of Energy, Environment and Water, one of the main centers of climate studies of Asia and the world, and special envoy of the South of Asia for COP30, Arunabha Ghosh.
Please welcome. The stage is yours.
So, good evening, everyone. I'm Nigel, this is Anurabhan. Lorenzo has very kindly said we can talk about anything that we want as long as it's important. So I met Isabella Teixeira on the way out, and we had a great event in Sao Paulo last week with Acciona opening the new underground station in the La Linea Laranja. And she said to me, Nigel, wherever you go, I promise you a low-carbon caipirinha. So I'm waiting for my low-carbon caipirinha. And the Ravis got his. So this is a nightclub, so we want to keep it light, but also this is a serious moment when we're talking about serious things. And I want to just acknowledge how exciting it is that these 7 powerful companies have brought us all together. But I was just thinking, I've just had a text message from a dear friend of mine, Kim Stanley Robinson. So some of you may have heard of him. He's a science fiction author. And about 7 years ago, he wrote an incredible book called Mystery for the Future. And if you haven't read it, I really recommend it to you. He's a student of the UN system, the UNFCCC. He's a student of the way humans interact. And it's the first chapter, the most harrowing chapter of literature I've ever written. And it's about a terrible climate event in Anurabhan's home country, which you might want to reflect on. But what Stan is trying to do with that book is imagine a way that governance of such a challenge like climate change might evolve. So I don't know, I wanted to start just by asking you, first of all, have you read the book? Yeah, great.
It sits on my bookshelf.
Right. So maybe, how did you describe that first chapter? Just, you know, for me, it's like a bit voyeuristic because it's happening in India, but for you, it's about your country and your society. Describe that first chapter and what was your emotional response to it when you were reading it?
Well, first of all, bon noche. And thank you so much for having me. It's always great to be in conversation with Nigel. Before I answer his question, this is an example of climate governance. This is a Global South resource, initially given to the Global North, and then equitably shared with the Global South.
It doesn't feel very equitable at the moment.
Well, we are now the global majority. But you'll get yours. You'll get yours. Thank you so much. I think, you know, we are starting on a door note, of course. And I read the book around the time it was published. So I can't recall the exact details, but it starts off with this incredible heat wave in the north of India, which has killed off millions of people. But when I read it, for me, the actual first instinct was bad things have happened to us before as well. And I said this at a dinner that Nigel was at earlier this week. In Hindi, or in Bengali, which is my mother tongue, the word for yesterday is the same as the word for tomorrow. Kal, kal. Bad things have happened to us in the past. Bad things will happen to us in the future. That was my first instinct. The second instinct was, what have we not learned? We have not learned to be people-centric in our governance. And when I say our governance, I mean across the board. And this is where even the most graphic illustration of what a climate crisis could mean actually does not pair up with the way we think of government and governance. We're having this conversation just a couple of weeks after this terrible hurricane has, you know, slashed through the Caribbean, destroyed significant parts of the GDP of many countries in that region. But what does that mean? I mean, we're still drinking caipirinhas, right? The point is, we really have to flip the script here on what does people-centric governance mean. And I don't think any one of us have truly cracked it.
This is the great thing of being unscripted, because I wanted to ask you about, because Stan in his book then imagines that at some point this decade the UN system recognizes that the process isn't working and okay. Obrigado. And the UN creates a new body called the Ministry for the Future, which I always thought that would be the coolest job to have, to be the Ministry for the Future. But you just made me think about something else. You know, the way I came into this process was through a slow process where the parties, the countries, recognize that national governments alone cannot manage a crisis of this scale. And I remember like 2 or 3 years before the Paris COP, the then Secretary General Ban Ki-moon inviting a group of us into a room and saying, we have to bring other voices, other politics into the process, not into the voting, not into the legal process, but into the kind of intellectual, emotional, political with a small p process. And that in a way was the beginning of that action agenda. But today I met someone who's just about to launch a global citizens assembly. So I just wonder, when you think about new forms of people-centric, and when I think about in the States right now and in my country where we have polarization driven by populism, which feeds off inequity in our very wealthy societies where we still have real extremes. What are you thinking of when you think of more people-centric governance?
Well, I am actually thinking about leveraging social capital. And I would love for all of us to reflect a little bit on this. Um, there is, since we're talking about books, Fukuyama is known for this book called End of History. But there's another book he wrote that many people have not probably heard of. It's called The Origins of Political Order. And the very first chapter actually is comparing humans and sort of other ape species. And it's really about, social cohesion. And I think when we move away from just the voting and the formal protocol-led process of intergovernmental actions, which has its role, we've got to start looking at where is the strength, resilience in social order, in social resilience, in the way we interact, the way we build trust across groups. A lot of the work, and I would love to hear from you, Nigel. How did you mobilize that call for other non-state actors, etc., to get involved, but get involved in a very intentional way, whether it's business, whether it's civil society, etc., with pretty large ambitions, right? Whether it's for finance, you were involved with GFANS in creating it, but so much more, the sectoral coalitions. I think the same applies when it comes to resilience, since we started the resilience. In our much poorer economies, often the social safety net is the family, is the community, etc., before the state steps in. And I think the so-called ministry of the future has to be an intermesh of both state safety nets and social safety nets. Literally, that's how we got to strengthen the net. And when we look at in India, my organization has done the first high-resolution climate resilience atlas for India at a district, sub-district, city, neighborhood level. But we are using all of that science, but also pairing it with where communities are coming together as early warners, first responders, etc. So Nigel, I'm asking you now, let's assume as if this entire 30-year process weren't there. You've got a room full of private sector here, and you've got, say, civil society out in the streets demanding change. How would you reorganize this process?
Well, I think the process is reorganizing itself gradually. The decision in Paris, well, actually in Peru, in fact, Latin America has had an outsized role in this. For those of you who don't know, the COP process, the presidency passes through a 5-year cycle of different groups. So it's always Latin America, then something which is basically other, which is like Europe, North America. It's what some people might call Western. Then African, Pacific, Eastern European, and then it goes round again. So always as a Latin American, then a European. So it was Lima, then France, Chile, then the UK, and now Brazil and either Turkey or Australia. We don't know yet. But this evolution, the process started as very rigidly just national governments. The first COP I went to in 2009 was in Copenhagen, and it was -8 degrees, and I was locked out for 12 hours with my little accreditation letter, thinking, what the fuck? If this is the organization that is saving humanity and can't do what any pop concert or football match does every weekend, then we're really screwed. But at that time there was no role. There was sort of observer roles for civil society, for business, for trade unions, for indigenous peoples, but there was no real sense of a political role, of having a role in the solutions. It was just like the negotiations, and you're allowed to look in and comment as an observer. It's a very passive role, an observer. So the thing that started to change in Peru with Manuel Pulgar Vidal was this recognition that, yes, state governments have a huge role, but a lot of the dynamism of life comes from business, comes from the favelas, comes from the trades unions, comes from civil youth movement. I mean, we've seen massive energy there sometimes. And often I get to a lot of media, and the media always want to say, isn't the COP broken? Isn't the process failing? And I'm like, it's not perfect, but it's very difficult. transforming the entire energetic basis of the global economy is probably the biggest intentional project we've ever taken on collectively. So I think in 10 years the process evolved massively, and so now, and we did a lot in Glasgow when I was, and Gonzalo was I want to come back to Gonzalo because there's something that Gonzalo was the Chilean champion who had the role that I had, and there's always two champions, so there was Gonzalo and I worked together, then I worked together with Mahmoud from Egypt for COP27, and it rotates like that. And it's more of a partnership than the COP presidency. COP presidency kind of goes, one country, then another country, then another country. The champions, it's more two, it's like a relay where you're working together as two. And so from that, from Peru, with the first idea that we could invite the dynamism, not just the eyes, but the hands and the hearts of business, of civil society, of cities, of states. When in Glasgow, you remember, we launched the Race to Zero, which was a science-based campaign to get as many people as we could in the whole world to commit to getting to net zero by 2050. And there was in some countries, there was a federal government that wasn't very excited about that. This was one of them, the States was another one. But going to the state level, we had nearly all the states in Brazil and many of the states and cities in the USA signing up to it and saying, we're still in, we get the science, we see this as something we have to lead our citizens through. The thing that, so that's really changed. And Brazil in this presidency, and it's quite nerdy, but I guess most of you are Brazilians here. I want you to know that your diplomats, your government and the presidency have done an amazing job in taking this dynamic to the next level. This is the first time that any presidency of this process has said the negotiations are important, the implementation in the real economy is just as important. In the past, it's always been the negotiations are really where everything's at, and then, okay, we do this sort of stuff with the business community down here. So this leveling is really important. The point I wanted to make, to your point about people-centric, and this is something I've really learned from my Chilean brother, Gonzalo, is it's not just, because my background is an industrialist, so I was always like, okay, big business and finance, really important. I'm kind of top-down by mindset, governors, mayors, CEOs, CIOs, I'm comfortable. Gonzalo, and Lorenzo is here, knows him well, founded a company 20 years ago called Triciclos. It's a circular economy company that employed 3,000 rag pickers. So now whenever we do work together, we're also finding, where's the rag pickers? Where are the smallholder farmers? We just had a panel talking about restoring degraded land. We had soil scientists, soil health activists, smallholder farmers. So when we break away from thinking that power, like formal power, is the only source of transformation, and that this very different source of power that is much more grassroots, much more people-centric, then I think we start to have something kind of magical. And I think also that I feel that that's better understood in Brazil than in my home country in the UK, and maybe I'd love to think what you think about that. How do you access that different source of power?
It's hard to generalize, but I would still take a stab at it since I'm half a drink down. I think in developing countries, we generally follow the rule of we're on our own. Right? It's nice that the state is there in many cases, and I'm not dissing the state. Look, I'm a big believer in the power of government to get things done at scale. But generally, I'm assuming everyone here has somewhat of a middle-class background, right? And let alone if you were from a much lower level of income, right? And many of us have probably done very well, and we are now in the top 1% or top 10%. But the DNA is you're on your own. Now, the response to that is not despair. The response is, it's kind of the informal motto we have at CEW, 3 words, get shit done. So you do things based on the limited resource. You always know you are going to have limited resources. So this assumption that there's going to be this huge surplus of resources that we are going to have a choice, to do things with is not there. Immediately, therefore, you think about, are those rat pickers? Who's my extended arm here, right? Where will, how will I evolve and adapt technology? I mean, let's use a hard example, right? And we had the pandemic 5 years ago. A vaccine normally took 5 years to develop, 60 months. And here suddenly we had a collaboration between an Oxford-based lab and an India-based company that shrinks the vaccine development and manufacturing to 18 months. And then India decides to export 300 million vials of vaccines to other countries. Initially, and the government got criticism initially, because they exported vaccines even before all Indians were inoculated. And called it vaccine maitri, vaccine friendship. And I was saying this in a conversation with Andrew Steer this morning. I say, solidarity in the dictionary is a noun. Solidarity in climate has to be a verb. And we know, we practice solidarity in our day-to-day lives, not because we are higher moral people. Because if I practice solidarity, I know you will practice solidarity with me at a different time. Now, how do we get that going when it comes to renewables, for instance, when it comes to energy access, when it comes to transport? I keep going back to this issue of the power of social capital and trust in each other. We will hop into each other's cars or, I never had access to private motorized transport my entire life till I was, I think, in my 30s. I would hitch rides to get to college, etc. But this innate belief in the goodness of the other person enables us actually to draw on a lot of resources. That's financial, that's technological, that's human, that's more than anything, it's about we're with you. And I think this is where the action agenda that the Brazilian presidency has put forward is extremely important, because it elevates these things to that get shit done point, right? Whether it's energy, whether it's forestry and agriculture, whether it's oceans, there are specific things to be done, and they all sound nerdy and wonky, but who does it are people who are, who are rolling up the sleeves and figuring it out. And I think shining a spotlight on that is extremely important. Otherwise, we disconnect climate action with something that scientists think about, or governments think about, and our lived realities that we're anyway thinking about. And I think the role of the high-level champions for now several years has been so critical in keeping that momentum going, regardless of what is happening in the negotiating chambers. So, Nigel, if I could ask you, and for everyone, from a private sector point of view, which is the kind of action and agenda or high-level champion initiative that you think is, the star in the room that we should highlight over the last few years? Because there are many others that have kicked off and then faded out, and there's some cynicism. I think we need to also shine some spotlight on what's worked.
Well, yeah, it's a good question. I guess in my mind, I kind of draw a distinction between the bits of the solution set which are largely technological, which are kind of government, business, finance, with not so much of a people element. Of course, there's always a people element, but so energy and road transport, and those are basically done, right? Yep. The costs are down, the markets, in the story of the explosion of solar in Pakistan, which no one planned. That's a classic example of the hand of God, as Adam Smith said in markets. When Bloomberg New Energy Finance, who are probably the best at tracking the way these markets are developing, they use Chinese export numbers to try and understand the deployment levels in different countries. They saw the numbers for Pakistan. They were so high that they thought there must be a mistake in the data, or it must be some kind of solar panel billionaire in Pakistan who's arbitraging, buying millions of panels and then selling them somewhere else. So they just had to use satellite imagery and discover that no, it's true. They're going up like everywhere, right? And we're seeing this starting to happen elsewhere. So I think I don't feel like there hasn't been much of a collective approach to that bit of market transformation. There's been one country after another, of course, China in particular recently. I think the two areas which are more challenging are industrial decarbonisation, where we're in a much earlier stages, and there is some really good collaboration. There's an initiative called Mission Possible Partnership. Got picked up in the Dubai COP, given another name, the Industrial Transformation Accelerator or something like that. I think they're two words for the same thing. There's some very interesting collaboration. There's some in hubs in the States, in Brazil, and that is kind of government, technologists, innovators. The biggest issue there is how do we get the procurement signal to be able to reach final investment decision to get something to commercial scale. In a way, the good thing for the world, but the scary thing in the world is that 60% of the progress in those sectors is in China. So there's this huge supply chain imbalance in China, and there's nothing wrong with someone winning, but when they're winning like so much, there are power issues at play there. So, but I think the area that I'm finding really fascinating now is and again, Brazil, which is a powerhouse in the bioeconomy, and I think just calling it the bioeconomy has been a breath of fresh air. You know, we've been using words like natural capital solutions or nature-based solutions, which are NGO words. And they're not wrong, right? But they don't immediately grab the CEO or the CMO and say, oh, I want to be into natural. You know, they're all NCS or NBS. So I think that's been very smart. And of course, Brazil is a powerhouse of innovation, and some of the companies here are very much leading that. But I think that there's two initiatives that I've seen and I'm a little bit involved in. That the Saudis, the Saudi government was the president. There are 3 Rio COPs. One on climate, one on biological diversity, and one on combating desertification. It's a terrible name. In my country, when someone says desert, we think sand. But actually, it's the COP. It's the treaty which the African countries fought for in Rio because they recognised was going to be key to their future. I think of it as the soil. So we've got a climate, a biodiversity, and a soil COP. And so the bioeconomy and soil, you know, land really is the thing which connects everything, right? All of our food, so many of our people, so many of our livelihoods. So the Riyadh Action Agenda, which is the thing which the Saudi presidency launched last year, and then some of the initiatives under that. There's an initiative called where very much business, finance, and farmer communities are coming together, and there are labs, right? And one of them is in the Cerrado in Brazil. Many of you will know more about it. But I was just at a session today, and it was like a panel with a representative of farmers, representative of scientists, representative of finance, representative of supply chain companies. And it feels like in the land-based, in the bioeconomy, this kind of very sophisticated collaboration is going to be super important, like really having a farmer-centric view. And the other place I would say is finance, where I think I can say this off the record. I'm kind of bored by the COP discussion about finance. I'll give you a bit of background. When I was high-level champion with Gonzalo, there was this whole thing about the 100 billion. So, okay, the 100 billion was a promise made in Copenhagen to try and get out of a bit of a mess. And it hadn't been met by Glasgow. And so a promise made and not met is a breach of trust. So in a negotiating process, it is super important, right? The problem with the 100 billion is it's kind of irrelevant to the scale of the actual challenge. So one thing which Mahmoud and I did in COP27 was commission Nick Stern, Amma Bhattacharya, and Vera Songway. Say, can we take an engineering approach to this and say, how much money do we actually need? Let's start with that and then figure out how much do we use. So they came up with a figure of 2.4 trillion in emerging markets, excluding China, by 2030. And then when they updated it, that became 3.2 trillion. So some of you may have heard a figure of 1.3 trillion. That comes from that research that is now repeated every year. But importantly, 1.3 out of 3.2. The 1.9 is domestic resource mobilization. If you think about it, the CEO of an investment bank who wants to invest, who's thinking about investing in, say, East Africa, they're going to go there and they're going to say, show me the local capital providers who are already investing. And if the answer is there isn't anyone there waiting for you, then he or she is straight back on a plane. So I think what we're starting to see now is a dynamic where domestic capital providers lead the way, then the pioneer funds come in, and I think Brazil is leading the way in that. We've got some initial data which shows the beginning of an exponential growth in capital deployment in the bioeconomy in Brazil, and I think that Brazil can lead that transformation globally. So that's the thing that I'm most excited about right now.
I think we are now getting into the meat of what folks here do for a living.
Are we going to disagree now? I'm hoping we're going to.
No, we're not. We're not. Actually, but what I'm going to propose is that there is something here for, India and Brazil are really far away from each other. Otherwise, we are both noisy, party-loving democracies. Party has double meaning here. But I think there is stuff for us to learn from each other. So you've just talked about Brazil being a powerhouse in the bioeconomy. And I would say India is a powerhouse, even more so. And I'm not because I don't represent the Indian government or I'm not some nationalist, but I think India is a powerhouse even more so in the clean energy economy because we are even more resource constrained than China is. So China built out 1,000 gigawatts of coal and then went bonkers on renewables. When I wrote my first paper on energy in 2008, India's plan at that time was to have close to 500, 600 gigawatts of coal by 2030. We have only 200 gigawatts of coal right now. I say only because we have 250 gigawatts of non-fossil capacity. That's 400 gigawatts that never came on stream. While we were trying to give electricity access to hundreds of millions of people simultaneously, not in a sequential fashion. But from a business point of view, what am I trying to say? First of all, we've got to understand how the private sector-led approach in Brazil is working when it comes to the next generation of a sustainable bioeconomy. I remember in 2012 when Rio Plus 20 conference happened in Rio, there was a special session of the Brazilian Senate that was held, which was jointly organized by the Committee on Environment and the Committee on Agriculture. And you can imagine there are two very different kind of political economies there. And I was the only non-Brazilian asked to speak or depose before that special session. And I could see the tension that was there. I think there's a realization of owning that tension and solving for it now. At that time, India had about maybe 500 megawatts of solar. Now it's the fourth largest renewables capacity in the world. What is it that we can learn with each other and then share it with the rest of the world? And I'm using your template. One, on market design. How have we managed to crowd in more capital into markets that don't exist entirely? What is a sustainable biofuel? What is sustainable energy? How do you create auctions? How do you bring down prices? I think those are lessons we got to learn from each other. Number two, the finance point. I've been arguing for several years now. We've got to convert climate finance into climate investment. What is the cascading that you need between multilateral capital, whatever there is, your domestic financial institutions, roll up BNDES, or in India, various debt funds and equity funds, and then the private sector, right? So I know time is running out. So Nigel, how would you take these two stories and take it to the world?
I'll end with just a reflection on the nature of the change that we're going through. I think that I am firmly of the belief that all of these transitions are driven by our collective learning. We understand that in individual technology cases like renewables and batteries, we have Wright's law that says the more you make something, the better you get at it, the cheaper it gets. So that drives an exponential growth curve of deployment. I think the same is possible with bioeconomy solutions. I think the exponential learning may be more about business models and finance models than technology. The thought I'd just like to end on is this idea of exponential change is kind of exciting. Normally it happens to us. So like everybody here has got a watch or a phone, possesses way more, like thousands of times more computing power than the module which controlled the landing of the Eagle on the moon in 1969. And you did nothing to deserve that. Right? None of you are chip designers. Chip designer will complain, I'll buy you 3 caipirinhas. But, so we just receive the benefit of this exponential explosion of innovation. I read an interview with a chip designer who said, everyone thinks Moore's law, which is the law which says that we keep improving computing power, everyone thinks Moore's law is inevitable. I go to work every day and face insurmountable problems, and then someone solves that problem and move on to the next one. So I think that's, my fundamental wish for this whole process is that we would have a bit more self-confidence, that when we decide to take on this exponential challenge, we go to work to solve insurmountable problems, and then someone solves them and then move to the next one. And the thing about, if you think about an exponential curve, sorry, I'm a mathematician, so I think, if you think about an exponential curve, wherever you are, it always looks steep in front of you. It doesn't get easier. You just move on to the next problem. But we're brilliant problem solvers, so that would be my fundamental hope. And I think there's something about the sort of this that you say about the party-loving, kind of confident and hard-working grassroots and big business that I think both Brazil and India have. I think the world, I personally feel my country's got a lot to learn from kind of magical mix that we're seeing here. So I don't know, we can have another caipirinha and keep talking.
Yes, if you speak in words, hope is not a strategy, despair is not an option.